hope you're prepared for this. I think it's best you get some insight into what Jin So-yun is capable of. Just telling you isn't good enough. You need to experience it for yourself. Your mind will feel the echoes of the past, like a really vivid dream. Don't worry, this is very similar to how my divinations work. The mind receives visions while the body is in transit. It does take some getting used to, but you should be just fine. We need someone skilled in handling dragon pulses, and a strong emotional link to a past event. I suit both purposes. I was at Brightstone Village when, well, you'll see. It's important you really understand what we're dealing with, and what's at risk. This is about more than your own revenge. Now clear your mind, focus your chi, and let's go.
Miss Yanwa! You're all right! Oh, thank goodness! I'm still worried, miss.
You dummy! Where have you been all this time?
Oh, did you find Mushin's legacy?
Of course! You know what? They say I'm Mushin's descendant. And they gave me some powers or something.
What? Mushin's descendant?
Right? So weird. Funny, right? I knew you'd find it funny. Hey, what's with your voice?
Finally found your long-lost relative?
What about Jin So-yun?
She's off to Moonwater Plains. Things probably didn't go as she expected.
What happened to the vessel?
Just as expected. Don't worry. But why does Jin So-yun keep the vessel alive? What's so special about some whelp with the mark of the Black Rose,
Jin So-yun seeks a vessel. Keep close watch. The vessel keeps it.
This could get very interesting.
Stay back! Wait! Adam? Oh, thank goodness! You've come just when we need you most. It happened all so fast. Talus soldiers were being led by this woman in black. The Talus Emissary. She was the one calling the shots. She told the soldiers to take the Soul Stone mine and capture the villagers. They're killing anyone who won't surrender. We can't. There's so many soldiers. We're overwhelmed. But you've always been the strongest warrior in the village, madam. I know you can help us. Thank the gods. But you need to hurry. I barely got this far with my life. At this rate, the whole village is going to be destroyed and... What's that noise? Ah! Chunpong, run!
Madon, you're back from your journey? You really saved my tail. Some of us have, yeah. But a lot are still fighting, or have been captured. That Talus Emissary lady and her soldiers are tearing the village apart. They're looking for Master Ixanan. I didn't exactly stop to ask, Madon. I don't even know if Ixanan is here or not. He comes and goes as he pleases. He could be anywhere right now. Ixanan would be a huge help. Who knows where he is? Taiwan, maybe? He said Ixanan dropped by Mayor Tewo's place a while back. The soldiers are going to round up everyone that's left. They'll probably torture Daiwan for information. I can't just leave him behind. Come on, and help me find Daiwan. Is clear. All right, let's do this. We have... I thought I was dead meat. Thank you so much, Madden. You know how he is. He just drifts in and out of town without a word to anyone. No doubt about it. He's the Realm Walker. With his skill with dragon pulses, he could be anywhere in the world by now. If he was here, these Talus soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. Last time I saw him was a few weeks ago. I was working at Mayor Tewo's office when Ixanan dropped in unannounced. It seemed like a personal visit, so I didn't go spreading gossip about it. Master Ixanan was there to see the mayor and Kuin. Not sure what they were discussing, though. I'm no eavesdropper. Yeah, that's her. I don't know why Master Ixanan would want to see her specifically, but they seem to know each other pretty well. They stayed up all night talking. As soon as she saw him, she burst into tears and hugged him. Maybe they're old friends or something? They seemed really fond of each other. You're really going to fight the army? A bunch of soldiers were setting fire to the houses, so I say you should start there.
Please, get my son. Please, get my son to safety. I'm not gonna make it. Please, just take Ilsum to Mayor Tewo. I beg you. Go!
Thank you, Madun. I had no idea you were back home again. You brought Ilsim. But where's Kuin? No. No. Kuin. Oh, this is all my fault. I failed her and the village. I don't know what we're going to do. The soldiers have killed so many people and they're trying to capture the Soulstone mine as well. No. There's already been enough bloodshed here, Madun. I don't want any more innocent lives getting caught up in all this violence. I'm afraid we don't have any other choice. I know it's hard for a warrior like you to accept, but we're not as strong as you are. Sometimes the best option is the path of least resistance. Even now, the Talus soldiers are trying to destabilize the Skygate's Great Dragon Pulse. They want to trap us all here. I thought we could use it to escape, but now we're cut off. There's no way out. You've helped us enough already, Madun. We need to just surrender and hope for the best.
If Mayor Tewo is thrown in the towel, then forget him. We can take back the Skygate. You fought your way through the soldiers, right? Why should we give up now? But nothing. We're not going to just roll over for the Talus Dominion. You're the strongest fighter to ever come out of this village, so we can't lose if we have you protecting us. We'll need at least 3 people to move a group this large through the Skygate's Great Dragon Pulse. If that damn Ixalan was around, he could do it all by himself. I know you're good with Dragon Pulses, Madam, but Ixalan is in a whole nother league. My sister Sujin is a skilled shaman. She'll be able to help us. She works at the Soulstone mine, so I bet she's there right now. Hopefully she hid somewhere safe. Tell her not to waste any time.
Jay is still alive? Oh, thank goodness! What did he say? Is he with anyone else? Of course! That will be the perfect escape route! We should save as many villagers as we can. I'm no fighter, so I... Oh, Madden! It's you! Unjay is still Of course! I'm no fighter, so I'm afraid I'd just get in your way. I'll go on ahead. Will you be all right? Thank you so much. It's good to know we're not alone in this. You've always been so reliable. Hurry, Madden. You're our only hope. Leave it to my soft-hearted sister to waste time. We can't risk all our lives just to save a few more. Let's hurry. Sujin and I will start the ritual, and then you... Oh no! Behind you! Soldiers are coming!
Thanks for the help. Forgive my foolish sister. She's never had the nerve to make the tough decisions. Once the Great Dragon Pulse opens up, we can escape. Everyone, get to the top of the Sky Gate.
Hey, wait a second!
Wait, I know this person.
You do? They're waking up.
Are you all right? Do you remember me? That was quite an entrance you made, stranger. How were you feeling? Yes, that's right. I'm surprised an outsider would come here on their own. I'm the village mayor. My name is Tewo. It was quite a stroke of luck, you landing where you did. If it weren't for you, those soldiers would have gotten Ilsum for sure. Oh, you've heard of our troubles? Yes, I'm afraid we've been under occupation by the Talus for many years now. A local warrior named Madun tried to help, but it ended in disaster. We haven't seen him since. Please don't worry yourself. It's not so bad. I mean, it's horrible, but at least we're still alive. Most of us. You're in bad shape, though. The fall didn't do you any favors, and your aura is badly distorted by dark chi. Even I can tell that. One thing at a time. First, I want you to visit the Twilight Garden. The augurites there guard flowers with special healing properties. No, but it will help your body heal faster. Just be sure to subdue the augurites. They're no use if you destroy them, only weaken them, and they should show their respect.
Teiwo! The Talus soldiers took him. While you were out, Hongyan came over to complain to the mayor about the working conditions in the Soulstone mine. It's worse than ever there. The mayor went to talk it over with the soldiers. Normally, they listen a little for the sake of keeping everyone working. But this time they grabbed him as soon as he arrived. These Talus soldiers have been
Your
trampling
friend has
all over this
connected to
village
the
for
server.
years. I can't stand it anymore. I can't lose him too. He's been like a father to me my whole life. He took me in after my mother was killed. Please, you have to help. I'm begging you. Really? Thank you, thank you! I'll go ask Hongyan to help too. You need to hurry to the Talus garrison and find the mayor.
You have acquired a new quest item.
By order of the Talus Dominion, Mayor Teiwo is hereby charged with the crime of high treason. Mayor Teiwo must be placed under arrest and confined to the Soulstone mine until further notice.
Did you find the mayor? Are you kidding me? This is a complete sham. Mayor Teiwo was set up. The villagers look to the mayor as their leader, and now the Talus are trying to silence him. I couldn't find Hongyan anywhere. I hope he wasn't taken too. Come on, I'll meet you at the mines. These Talus bastards! Look how they're abusing the villagers. Sorry. I can't stand seeing the village like this. Even the children and elderly are forced into slave labor. Thank goodness we got here in time. I think the mayor is being held further in. This place will be crawling with guards. This might be too much for us to handle alone. Maybe. Any villagers who dared to rebel against the Talus were sent to work in the mines as punishment.
All right? I'm sorry you had to go through all this. Why would you risk yourself for us? A bullheaded charge through the front door. That's Ilsum, as foolish as ever. Still, I am grateful. Hung Yun is here too? No, I haven't seen him at all. What's going on? How could Hung Yun do this? Did the Talus bribe him for his cooperation? The Talus army will surely send reinforcements since Hung Yun failed to stop our escape. Everyone should quickly leave while they still can. I'm staying with the village. Without me, the remaining villagers would be lost. I need to stay for their sake. I have one last dangerous task to ask of you. Can you come to my house? Hurry, so no one sees you. There's no time. The Talus army will soon come looking for me. The Talus Emissary, Jin So-yun, was certainly dead set on finding Ixanan when she invaded our village years ago, but the Talus wanted our soulstone mine as well. Perhaps. I know he has a private home in Green Hollow that he keeps secret from almost everyone. You might find a clue to his whereabouts there. Ixanan is a master at controlling dragon pulses and has guarded his home. Nobody can open a dragon pulse into Green Hollow unless you have a special charm to correctly attune the gate. Take these charms. I won't be needing them any longer. Attach them to the anchoring spikes around the Great Dragon Pulse, and you will be able to travel to Green Hollow. Part of it, please, take Ilsum with you. There is word of a resistance movement against the Talus forming in the Moonwater Plains. I want you to take Ilsum there. They will be able to keep him safe. Perhaps if Ilsum tells them what's happened here, they can come and help. And if you do meet Ixanan, tell him... No, never mind. There's too much to explain now. Please, just go.
So these charms are all we need, huh? All right. I don't like leaving the village like this, but if the mayor says so... At least it gives me a chance to teach these damn Talus a lesson! Come on, let's take them down. Dragon Pulse is straightened out!
Stop! Stop right there!
Please, hurry!
Is this the Divine Realm's will? What am I supposed to do? Saving the world wasn't enough. Is that it?
Did it work? Where is this?
My house. Huh? Master Ixanan's house, to be exact.
Ixanan? That's you?
That's right. And who exactly are you two? I don't take kindly to trespassers. Now leave before... The Black Rose. You bear the mark.
mother, my village. It's all Ixanan's fault. The Talus invaded us to find him. And in all these years, he never even tried to come back and help us. I can't stay here. Not with this disgraceful traitor. If I could, I'd strangle Ixanan with my bare hands. Damn you, Ixanan!
You are the last student of Hong Sokyon, marked by the Black Rose by the treacherous Jin Soyon. I've been expecting you. I saw it in a vision, of course. When you're as in tune with the natural energies of the world as I, there's no need for divination. The future comes to you. For years, I've walked the lands in disguise, setting things in motion, all for one purpose. To aid the hero who will master the Hong Moon arts and defeat Jin Soyon. So you can imagine my disappointment when you were the one who fell through that dragon pulse. Well, you work with the tools you've got. This girl here, she's important for your quest. The heavens have shown me the role the girl must play in the battle against Jin Soyon. You must get the medicine she needs. Head to the Teetering Falls. From here, it's just a jaunt northeast through the beautiful countryside. A short swim across a pond full of ravenous scale beaks. While you're there, you can borrow some spring water and the blood of a plain stag. When you're done, bring both to an apothecary named Yongsuk at the Shady Quarry. Yongsuk will take care of everything else. Now what are you still doing here? Go! She's not looking so good. I'd move quickly. Hit!
Mayor Wong of Green Hollow came and confiscated all my soulstones again. For the good of the Dominion, he says. The good of the Dominion doesn't keep food in our bellies. Ah, yes. I can tell by these ingredients that your patient is in great distress. I've got everything else required. Just a moment. Are you serious? I can make a curative with these ingredients, but I can't speak as to its potency. I'll need some time to prepare the salve. Wait over there. In that case, I'll deliver this to Ixanun personally. Delicate work, you understand. There's a good Jian. Go on now. I've work to do.
She's gone. I step out for a light snack, and the girl disappears. She's run off. There was a commotion outside not long ago. Something to do with the Talus army capturing some red-garbed rebels, and an execution, was it? Even you can see the girl and the rebels are associated, but she can't save her friends in her current state. We must find her before it's too late. Where is Young-suk's medicine? Yes, of course he did. I'll wait for Young-suk here. You go save the girl. Go! I guess they didn't cover earthly pursuits like inductive reasoning up there on your floating island. If there's anyone with a keen eye on happenings in the foothills, it be those at the hunter's camp. Is this how you approached your studies of the Hongmoon arts? Let others do all the work and then ask them for the answers? Let's see. There's a young man named Bondu at the camp. He should be of particular use given the circumstances. Need I remind you, a life hangs in the balance? Go now!
Oh, hello. Why, yes, I'm Bondu the Tracker. What's your quarry? What? Who said I'd know anything about that? You don't look like a member of the Skyhaven Resistance. Why are you asking? I heard some Resistance members are supposed to be executed on the Shattered Rise. If I were her, that's where I'd head. That's noble of you, but the area's swarming with Talus soldiers. Do you really think you can save them? There's no shame in running away. Warrior, be careful out there.
Thank you for coming to my aid. I am a Skyhaven Red Guard. I serve as a hand of the Skyhaven Commander, leader of the Resistance. Her protection is my sworn duty. I am Shinhai, Scourge of the Dominion, protector of the people, purveyor of vengeance. This is but a flesh wound. Does it hurt? I assure you I'll be fine. Ixanun, a hero does not wait while lives are at risk. Stand aside. I cannot abandon my allies. I will not. You seem like a skilled fighter. I would be grateful to have you at my side. Come, let us away.
It was the Talus army themselves that spread the rumors of the execution. They had hoped to attract the Skyhaven commander in person, no doubt. It's about time our young friend saw proper medical treatment, don't you think? I'd rather not carry her home. It seems this young lady is still alive, thanks to you. I suppose Sokyon managed to drill something into that thick skull of yours after all. Still, there's a long road ahead. Defeating Jinsoyun will be no easy task. You have little chance of mastering the Hong Moon arts while wrestling with the mark of the Black Rose. The normal process of driving such dark and twisted chi from your body is a long struggle known as the Way of Enlightenment. But there's little time for that. However, there's
Your
still
friend
maybe
has
a
connected
way.
to the server.
What we really need is an infusion of uncorrupted chi. And if there were anyone with a little extra to go around, it'd be the sacred beasts of Moonwater Plains. Convincing them to part with some of their own life force, though, now that's the hard part. I've seen that your destiny and that of this young lady are somehow connected. Maybe some mutual back-scratching is the first step towards stopping Jinsoyun. Think about it.
To be acquainted with the Realm Walker, one of the four guardians of old, you are no ordinary warrior. This explains much. If that is the case, I feel I can trust you. Take this. It is the Skyhaven Badge, a symbol of authority. Whoever bears this badge speaks on the commander's behalf. Use it justly. My mission remains as crucial as ever, but I can't go on like this. If you are willing, I would have you take up my quest. The goal of the Skyhaven Resistance is to eradicate corrupt Talus elements and end the exploitation of honest citizens by any means necessary. We are a formidable force, but our numbers pale in comparison to those of the Talus army. Dark times brew within these lands. For years, the Talus Dominion has taken brutal measures towards the acquisition of soul stones for dark purposes. We seek to form an alliance between all the major tribes of the Moonwater Plains and end the Dominion's oppression. There is a long-standing bond between the Plains tribes and the sacred beasts of Moonwater. If you seek their power, then helping us build alliances with the tribes will further your own goals as well. First, speak with Skyhaven Agent Bondu at the Hunter's Camp. He will introduce you to Sanugo, the liaison to the Lycandi tribe. The Lycandi worship Lycan the Mighty, one of the sacred beasts of the Moonwater Plains. I'm sorry. I must rest. I will go with Ixanun back to Green Hollow. The Alliance is more important than you could know. The Skyhaven depend on you. Be the hero I cannot. It's up to you then. I believe in you.
You're back. You were great out there. The Resistance is lucky to have someone of your skill. Skyhaven Badge. She really gave you the badge of all people? I mean, I'm at your command. Ah, yes. We've been in contact with the nearby Lycandi tribe, but discussion has been rocky at best. Sanugo is actually meeting with their representative as we speak. He should have been back by now, though. They're a couple hours overdue. I'm sure the meeting is just going extremely well. That's all. I suppose. I guess it's a little odd that he hasn't checked in yet. The meeting is taking place in the Predator's Den. Start your search there. Well, he's supposed to be meeting with one of their representatives. Hopefully negotiations are just running a little long. Be careful.
So dark. The woman, did you see her? She's the one who attacked the commander. No, I won't make it, and they must know. That woman, she is too powerful. Tell everyone to stay away. Bondu, I'm sorry. I failed. The mission is in your hands. Defeat the Talus Dominion. Build a new world for the people. I'm sorry, Bondu.
Why was he so late? Did the Lycandi stand us up? What? They can't be. Sanugo only joined the Resistance a few weeks ago. How did this happen? That must be the same woman who ambushed the commander. Why does she have it out for the Resistance? Listen, we can grieve later, but for now we need to focus on the mission. With Sanugo dead, I need you to act as our ambassador to the Lycandi. Except, well, they tend to attack anyone who isn't part of their pack. Sanugo gained their trust enough to meet with them, but you will need to start slow. The Talus army has been encroaching into their lands for months now. The Lycandi were always territorial, but the constant Talus attacks have made them downright bloodthirsty. The Lycandi worship Lycan the Mighty, their wolf god. You'll need to speak with the tribe's witch doctor, but you certainly can't go empty-handed. Brown bear hides should make a fine gift of introduction. When you've acquired the pelts, meet me at Lilystock Trade Post.
You cannot do that right now.
Disguise is very critical in the Skyhaven resistance. Take this fetching Dragon Trade Union disguise, for example. I bet you hardly recognize me. Fantastic! These will make the perfect gift for the Witch Doctor. Take the pelts to the Dark Wolf altar and pay your respects. Speak with the Witch Doctor and see if an alliance with the Lycandi is possible. And risk blowing my cover? I'm much too valuable of an asset for such lowly field work. Remember, you must bow before the altar. If you don't show proper respect, who knows what they'll do to you. I'll be waiting for good news.
Speak to Lycan the Mighty, God of the Wolves, sacred beast of the green fields. Why have you come? The people of the Wolf care little for the quarrels of outsiders. Why should we abandon our lands to aid one who bears the mark of the Black Rose? You cannot hide your corruption from me. The Lycandi will never hunt alongside fetid outsiders such as you. Now be gone, before you doom these lands with your evil. Lycan spirit fades. You have your answer.
Looks like the Lycandi didn't kill you. That's a good start. Did you manage to bring up the Alliance? You mean the Wolf God? Wow, that's a big no then. But, as always, Bandu's got a backup plan. Some Skyhaven ambassadors have been talking with a young Lycandi warrior. Her name is Salkai the Swift. She's the daughter of their leader. She seems sympathetic to our cause, and I think, with the right push, she'd be willing to convince her father to join us. The best way to contact Salkai the Swift is by signal fire. Light one up here where they can see it, and she'll know we're sending a messenger to her tent. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
You stand before Salkai the Swift, Windrunner and Bloodspiller. Be quick with your words, Skyhaven One. Like Andy wolves suffer while we stand here. The craven Talus kill my packmates and have taken Koid the Quick, the leader of our pack and my own blood father. The Talus seek to tame the Lycandi by removing our leader. They know nothing, for we will slaughter any Talus dogs that tread in our packlands, whether the leader lives or not. When a leader falls, a new one rises. The pack will always have a leader, until there are no wolves left. But the pack leader they have taken is my own blood father. I must free Koid the Quick so he can lead again, even if I must bleed to do it. However, the Talus have invaded our den, and I am duty-bound as future pack leader to chase them out. Even Salkai the Swift cannot do both at once. I take your word, outsider. Find Koid the Quick while I rid my home of the Talus. Prove faithful, and perhaps the Lycandi can consider running with the Skyhaven. I trust you, outsider.
Who are you? Why do you aid the pack? My nose is muddled by blood, but you carry my daughter's scent. I wish Salkai the Swift had come herself. A wolf should be with its kin while leaving this world, but I go with the blood of many enemies upon my spear. This is a good death. My child has trusted you, outsider, and so will I. Gather the spears of any fallen Lycandi. Return them to the pack. We will need weapons to protect our packed lands. Slaughter any Talus in your path. You have the spears? I thank you, outsider. I have one other task for you. You must return to my daughter. Warn her. I feel a great hunt coming, and a danger that may destroy these lands. Tell her to sharpen her fangs, for she must lead the pack in this hunt. The wind calls me. I will wait for Salkai in the Eternal Forest, where we will again run as father and daughter. Go, tell her this.
The den is cleared of Talus. Our best hunters have seen to it. Why do you walk alone, outsider? Where's my father? My fangs. Yes, he says true. I cannot whimper and whine like a cub. Not now. Thank you for these words, outsider. I will now lead the pack, and my spear will know Talus blood. You act true, outsider. The other Skyhaven people did not have your strength. We will hunt alongside your pack, if there are more such as you. Tell your Bondu that we will have our alliance, and the Talus will flee before it. I will see you again, Father.
Salkai the Swift agreed to an alliance? That's great! It's terrible about our dad dying, of course, but otherwise it's great. But good news is always followed by bad news. Word moves fast among the Lycandi. A warrior called Bellin the Ready is refusing to accept Salkai as the new chief. He feels Salkai isn't ready to lead. We need to meet with Bellin the Ready and make him agree to an alliance. Or at least to follow Salkai the Swift. You'll need to offer a gift, as is customary. The hide of a black saberfang should do it. We need to make a good impression. Just remember, different races have different customs. Be open to that.
Speak with Belen the Ready, leader of the pack, hunter of Talus. Why have you come to my den? You know our customs, but you're just an outsider playing a wolf. Speak your words while you still have a tongue. We are the Lycandi, the true Lycandi, not the mangy wolves that run with Salkai the Swift. We will never hunt alongside outsiders. We do not need aid. The Talus will die under our spears. Their blood will nourish the pack lands. These are the faults of Coyd the Quick. Belen the Ready runs faster, bites deeper, hunts quieter than Salkai the Swift. I should have been chosen as pack leader. Why does the earth shake? Lycan the Mighty, she awakens!
Sounds like Lycan the Mighty is wide awake. She's one of the sacred beasts you need to obtain life force from. The Lycandi people cherish her like a god. Lycan the Mighty was in the middle of a purification process. About 30 years back, she was exposed to a lot of dark chi and put herself into stasis to purge herself. But it looks like she's woken early. It must be due to all the disturbances in the natural flow of energy because of Jinsoyon. All her schemes are throwing everything out of balance. With her purification being interrupted, she's probably out of her wits. The Lycandi are going to have a lot of trouble getting Lycan the Mighty under control again. If the sacred beast is consumed by corruption, they'll turn into a terrifyingly powerful demon. And if that happens, well, let's just not let that happen. Go now and help the Lycandi put Lycan the Mighty back to sleep. Hurry before she becomes corrupted.
The wolf god made the Lycandi swear to quell her spirit if she ever awoke. This is the great hunt my bloodfather told of. On this day, Salkai the Swift will face the doom of these lands, and her spear will triumph. I have trusted your words before, outsider. Now will you trust mine? The wolf god is not yet lost. She waits at the place of sealing. Listen carefully. Lycan the Mighty will split herself into many shadows, defeat the shadows to reveal the orbs of Lycan's essence. Place the orbs in the stone pillars of the same color to seal away the wolf god's fevered spirit. Now, outsider, let us hunt side by side.
I see now you are no simple craven. Lycan the Mighty rests again, and the Lycandi have upheld their oath. Belen the Ready will never hunt with any outsider. However, I no longer doubt the might of Salkai the Swift. Hers is the spear that bested the wolf god's rage. All the pack has seen, and we all know she is the rightful pack leader. If the pack leader chooses to hunt alongside another pack, Then so it is. Many like Candy will not share her opinion on this alliance. It will take time. However, Sulkai the Swift is truly the blood daughter of Koid the Quick. I believe she will lead our future hunts well. Regardless, you are the hunter who helped free the wolf god from the corruption. Her life force is yours to take. Lycan the Mighty would want her savior to take it. The life force waits for you, outsider. Take it and know the strength of the wolf.
You have held true to the pack, outsider. The wolf god gave her life force to a fine warrior. I now lead all like Candy. Bellin the Ready has submitted. I am the true pack leader, and I claim you as a wolf of my pack. Lycan the Mighty rests once again, so our spears must return to the hunt. The Talus have tread on our pack lands for too long. We will join your Skyhaven alliance, wolf. Together, our packs will slaughter all Talus and clear all lands of their scent. The pack may need time, but when the Skyhaven needs us, I will hunt at your side again. For now, the one called Bondu waits for you at the Lilystock trade post.
What happened with the Lycandi? I heard their god woke up or something? What, really? The Lycandi will join us? This is a huge win for the Skyhaven Resistance. Huge! But we can't stand here celebrating. Up next is the Hogshead Pastures region. The farmer folk are pretty tired of the Talus interfering in their business. Sounds like the perfect place to find some willing recruits. Be sure to flash the Skyhaven Badge when you get to the mill, so our agent knows we sent you.
Welcome to the historic Hogshead Mill. I hope your stay here is hogtastic. I'm Kangbok. If you have any questions, feel free to holler. Put that away, you addle-brained Narlocks. We're in public. What if somebody comes in here? What kind of a spy are you? Bondu sure knows how to pick 'em. Two days ago, a Skyhaven asset was captured. This person was carrying a very important letter. Right now, the letter is in the possession of the Talus Dispatcher Commander in Hogshead Pastures. We must recover that letter before it's decoded. I would do this myself, but it would blow my cover. This job requires someone who's not afraid of a little attention. Excellent. Find the dispatcher, and you find the letter. Now, please, laugh really loudly, like I told you a funny pig-related joke, and be on your way. Enjoy your stay at the Hogshead Mill, traveler. Hit! don't normally handle letters, but I'll get it to its intended destination. Great spirits! The coded message says the Guildmaster is still alive. His name is Hyungam. He was the old Guildmaster of Hogshead Hamlet. It was reported that he died in a fishing accident, and his body was lost at sea. But this letter says his death was faked. He's been kidnapped. But if we find him, he'll surely ally with Skyhaven. We must find out where Hyungam is being kept. I'll go back to Hogshead Hamlet. Meet me later for your next mission. Enjoy the mill trap.
You have moved to another channel. Welcome, traveler. Would you like to hear all about our upcoming Hog Apple Festival? I've got a brochure right over here. Okay, I found a promising lead on whoever kidnapped the Guildmaster, Hyungam. The Talus bastards are too smart to do it themselves, so they may have subcontracted the kidnapping to the Hoglin. The Hoglin are a tribe of brutish warriors. They've terrorized Hogshead Pastures for years, until the Guildmaster drove them out. The Hoglin hated Hyungam. If anyone was involved in his kidnapping, it had to be them. But we need to know for sure. You're not gonna like this part. We need you to make contact with our deep undercover agent in the Hoglin secret base. The agent will know if the Hoglin kidnapped the Guildmaster. It's in an outhouse, and our agent there is disguised as a really smelly pig. Have fun with this one. Guest outhouse facilities are just around the corner.
Agent Kangbok's message. Con Om, Master of Disguise, at your service. Me? I'm perfectly fine. I find it's best for these deep cover situations to completely give yourself over to the role. I even eat slop now. No, I haven't seen him. But there is one section of the space I don't have access to. There's a room just past that heavily guarded corridor. I haven't been able to sniff my way around there. I'm not exactly the greatest martial arts expert. If you help me dispatch the guards, we can look for the Guildmaster in that room. I was afraid of this. Wolves. The pig's natural enemy. My disguise was too amazing. It even fooled these wolves. My acting genius has proven our undoing. Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Warrior, you must defeat these wolves, or we'll never make it back to town. I'll stay here while you clear the way. I'd help, but pigs aren't great fighters. I'll just be back here, in that dirt patch.
I admire your dedication to the Skyhaven cause, but maybe take a bath the next time you return from an outhouse, Agent Khan filled me in. Looks like the Hoglin had nothing to do with the kidnapping of the Guildmaster. And there's more bad news. I've hit a dead end in my investigation. I've completely exhausted my list of contacts, and if I keep aimlessly snooping around town, I'll blow my cover for sure. Well, there's still Sehun. Sehun was the Guildmaster's closest advisor. He may know more than he lets on. He's very secretive. You're going to need to ingratiate yourself to him before he'll open up. Okay, I've got a plan. Tell Sehun you've decided to give up the life of a warrior. You want to settle down and farm to the end of your days. Offer to work on his farm to learn the business. And bring him some firewood when you go. Earn Sehun's trust. Hopefully he knows something about the kidnappers.
That's some great lumber you've got. You're not one of the local farmers, though. What's your angle? Is that so? Well, you're not the first washed-up martial artist to come through here. We'd love to have you, but only the Guildmaster can admit new farmers. And he's not here right now. I don't tolerate slackers around here, so you need to work hard or you'll get tossed out in a heartbeat. We'll start with something so simple you couldn't possibly mess it up. Sowing seeds is as basic as it gets. Not bad, but not good either. I don't think you're up to our standards. Your sowing form was just awful. But don't worry. I'm sure we can still find some use for you. Somewhere not here. The Guildmaster hired this researcher, Li Dongwan, to develop new devices to help on the farm. Just a waste of time if you ask me. Anyway, he's got a lab on the coast and is always looking for assistance. Given the presence of the Black Ram in the area, I'd say he probably wants a bodyguard. That's more your speed, isn't it?
Judging by your superior hygiene and lack of overt incompetence, I'd say you're not one of the Black Ram. What brings you here? Did he now? That crafty bastard has been acting guildmaster since Youngum went missing. I suspected as much. What? You didn't figure it out already? I believe Sehun did away with the real guildmaster in some petty bid for power. Sad, isn't it? He's probably responsible for the Black Ram presence here too. He never did like me at all. If he sent you here, it means he doesn't like you either. I wonder what sort of inane scheme he's drummed up. Those? Oh, just some advanced golems I tossed together out of spare parts. I got bored. I was thinking about using them to escape if nobody came to save me. You're here now, but I hate to let a perfectly good side project go to waste. Normally soul stones are required as a fuel source, but I bet you've got enough chi to spare. Try infusing them with energy. It isn't not safe. Either they'll work just fine, or they'll explode. Regardless, it'll be fascinating. Go on, take chances, make mistakes, get messy.
I swear, I had no idea the Black Ram had taken Dongwan's lab. It was a huge surprise for me, too. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I have nothing to do with his absence. Look, this isn't my fault. I just did what Jongbin told me to do. He promised he'd help me become the next guildmaster. Really, I'm a victim here, too. Jongbin is over at the crop storage. If you want answers, go find him yourself.
Hello. Welcome to the crop storage facility. If you don't have official Hogshead business, I ask that you please leave. Haven't you heard? Our dear Hyungum perished in a boating accident. Tragic, really. Now, if you'll please... That fool! I never should have backed him as the replacement guildmaster. I assume you want some sort of bribe to keep quiet about this, then? That isn't possible! It's out of my hands. I don't even know where they took him. The Talus Army. They're the ones who kidnapped Hyungum, and they paid us to keep quiet about it. And if you value your life, I suggest you go along with it too. The Talus Dominion is not to be trifled with.
I may be a simple pig farmer, but I reckon I can help you with this missing guildmaster. Ixanun. Don't reckon I know that feller. I'm Farmer Ick, man of the land. Just give me a patch of dirt and, what's that stick tool that moves dirt around? Spade. That's it. On the tip of my tongue. Anywho, I reckon I may be able to lend a bit of a hand with your current predicament, if you like. You see, the Talus soldiers didn't just kidnap this guildmaster feller. They also took Lao Fu, the next sacred beast you need to meet. Lao Fu has been secretly meeting with the guildmaster to settle the dispute between the Hoglin and the Hogshead Pastures. The Talus Empire must have crashed the meeting and kidnapped them both. We need to find them quickly, and I know just how we're going to do it. We politely ask that Talus guard over there where they're located. Here's what we do. Get a kidney from a tea leaf Narlox to make tea for the guard. Then, slip in this truth serum to get him talking.
Glass of tea? For me? Well, I'm on duty. Glass of tea? For me? Well, I'm on duty, but, you know what? It wouldn't hurt to have one small cup. Good flavor. Quality Narlox leaves in this. Do I detect something else in here? My tongue feels weird. Bad. I don't get paid much, and I hate the army. I wish I kept up with my music. I really just wanted to sing for a living, but my mother said it was a waste of time. Gods, I hate her. Wait, why am I telling you all this? Oh, he's being kept in the old prison tunnel. Oh, why'd I say that? It's a top secret location where we keep our most dangerous prisoners. Jongbin, the crop storage guy, knows way more about those tunnels than I do. I should not have told you that. And I definitely shouldn't give you this map. I think I'm
quest item.
This map contains the locations of our secret prisons in the area. Under no circumstances is this material to make it into enemy hands.
Why are you still here? I told you what's done is done. Youngum is a prisoner of the Talus now. Are you insane? I got a promotion. Can't you just leave this be? You wouldn't dare. You have no proof. No, wait, I've had a crisis of conscience. Your words moved me. I see the light. I clearly want nothing more than to aid you in a daring rescue mission. Just don't mention my involvement in the kidnapping, or blame it all on Seihan. Yeah, Seihan!
I appreciate the rescue. I knew the people of Hogshead Pastures wouldn't let me down. You've got to be kidding me. You Skyhaven punks are the reason I'm in this mess. For years the Talus Dominion has left us alone. But now that the Skyhaven Resistance has set up shop in my town, Talus guards are everywhere. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. It's always the simple folk who suffer. I don't want to fight a revolution. I just want my people to be left alone to farm in peace. That's what I was working on when I was captured and brought in for this interrogation. I was so close to negotiating peace with the Hogland leader Laufu. This close! I can't do anything about the Skyhaven and Talus war, but I could at least make peace with the Hogland. But that's ruined now. I can lead you to where they're keeping him, but after this, we're even for rescuing me. I want nothing more to do with the Skyhaven Resistance. It's awful what they did to Laufu. The Talus guards handled me roughly, sure. But They beat Laofu like an animal. They tortured him. And the worst part is, Laofu knew that I'd been in contact with the Skyhaven resistance. One word, and he'd be set free, and I'd be dead.
I have heard your name blowing in the wind, Jian. It is good to meet you face to face. Oh yes, I have been following you for some time, and what I have heard assures me you are the one who deserves my life force. This body is weak. In my younger days, 1,000 years ago maybe, I would have gored those insolent soldiers to death in an instant. But now, I barely have the strength to stand up. But what little life force you have left, I want you to have. Use it to defeat the Dark Lord once and for all. Show your respect and receive my life force.
Too late. He's already gone, isn't he? Of course. All of the sacred beasts are my friends. We faced the forces of darkness together. Lycan, Laofu, King Faichi, the Snapjaw Sages, even the mighty Ogong. We faced so many evils together over the centuries, and there are so few of us left to face the nightmares ahead. Don't ever forget the gift Laofu has bestowed upon you. The world must know of his sacrifice. I will leave you now to mourn Laofu. Keep helping the Skyhaven resistance. They may prove to be a powerful ally against Jin Soyun. I will honor you, brave Laofu.
Yeah!
So the Guildmaster has contacted us. It seems he'll be refusing an alliance with the Skyhaven resistance. What a shame, but we must respect their wishes. If we force the farmers to join a cause they wanted no part of, we'd be no better than the Talus bastards we're fighting. But do not lose hope. As the farmers say, there's always another row to plow. We'll find other allies, and maybe even find a reason for the Hogshead people to support us. Good. One of our agents, Sung Woo, has requested our assistance for a rescue mission at the fishing lodge. Make haste. Thanks, Captain.
Help! This Talus soldier will kill me! I was heading out to Sapphire Basin when this damn Talus soldier spotted me and dragged me in here. He says he's going to kill me. Please do something. Please help me. You saved me again. I don't know how to thank you. If you only knew what these Talus scum had done to my village. He knew he was outmatched and couldn't fight his way out. Those Talus thugs will say anything to save their skins. They like to act tough with their army, but you get one of them alone and they're cowards. What? Oh, damn, I'm going to be late. I'm sorry, but I'll tell you later. I promise. Thank you.
Hey, who are you? You can't just barge in here. Can't you see these people need rest? The Red Guard. I'm hardly a doctor, but her injuries are pretty severe. I'm trying to keep her comfortable, but there's little more I can do. Now, could you tell me why there is a dead Talus soldier in here? A Brightstone Lin? He must be Mayor Teiwo's delegate. If the Talus had taken him into custody, thank goodness you were able to save him. At least one thing went right today. But this Red Guard? She needs a doctor, and fast. Unfortunately, our only doctor has been kidnapped by the Black Ram. Han Yunsu was our only doctor. I doubt that the Black Ram knew he was a member of Skyhaven, but whatever their reason, they abducted him. We need Han Yunsu here. The Skyhaven Resistance has someone on the inside. I've tried to meet with him, but the Black Ram keep changing his shifts. If you can get your hands on the right schedule, we could find the right time to contact him and learn how to save the doctor. You have the schedule. Good. Let me see it. I don't see his name listed for any shifts. Damn, I thought this might happen.
There is another option. We have a second contact, a pirate, who's looked the other way for us before. Only, I don't see his name here either. You know, something isn't right about that Talus soldier. Why was he more concerned with Ilsum than a uniformed Red Guard?
Yeah, you're probably right. No matter, back to the point. If Bumbach is no longer a guard, he's probably hanging around Wayfarer's Wharf. He's always loved fishing. Maybe he found a job doing that? Yes. Why? Do you know him? That may make things easier. You see, even though he works for the Black Ram, he was never truly one of them. If you give him enough coin, he'll talk. If he wants money, give him what he wants. If you can't bargain with the man well, I'll leave it up to you to do what you feel is necessary. But we need him to lead us to Dr. Han Yunsu. Listen, just do what you can to find the doctor, and quickly. This Red Guard needs our help.
Here to kill me, right? Not an honorable warrior like you. You don't blame me for Jadestone, do you? I only did what I did because the Black Ram had my family. And when I went to Dochan and confessed, I told him everything, of course. Those bamboo jokes wouldn't take me back. Where else was I supposed to go but back to the Black Ram? I needed the money.
Here. They're here somewhere. The kids are in Black Ram daycare, of course. Yes, we had to come here. I mean, Captain Guan's ship wasn't a safe place to raise a family. What with that woman in black showing up and killing the whole crew? And now Captain Guan's life is dangling by a thread. What's a man to do? My only friend in the world. Besides yourself, of course. But anyway, how are you? Han Su. The doctor? Well, of course I know where he is. One such as I always has his ear to the ground, you know? Only my memory's a little fuzzy, if you get my meaning. No, of course it's urgent. It's just if I had some coin for some groceries. You can't blame me for this. I'm sorry! I've seen the error of my ways! I just don't want what's best for the little ones! Those chubby little rascals! I only joined the Black Ram in the first place so they would think I was cool! Of course! Wait, no. It was a kidnapping! Yes, that's right. West. Dr. Hanyansu is west of here. No need to hit me again. You've jogged my memory enough for one lifetime. He's in the Black Ram Trove. Of course I'm telling the truth. The doctor is looking after Captain Guan, who is horribly maimed. How could you believe I would lie about such a thing? I'm not a monster. Those East Fleet jerks wouldn't give back the doctor's medicine. It's not Guan's fault we were attacked by that witch. Why are they punishing us? Warrior, you are as honorable as you are merciful. I know you won't let Captain Guan die, but as for me, I've got to go, get some medicine for my cough from a different doctor, one who lives somewhere else.
You don't look like much of a pirate. What brings you here? Ah, I see. I suppose I've been missing for some time. Thank you, but I am in no danger. I will go nowhere until this man is well. Another patient in peril. By the heavens, what's a man to do? You've got to help me, I beg you. It's life and death. Thank you. The first step is obtaining something to stem the bleeding. There is a flower stockpiled by the black ram known as still petal. In small amounts, it can slow one's heart. Next, I will need the medicine the black ram confiscated from me. The scout captain has divvied it out to his subordinates. There is one final thing. My tools. I cannot operate without them. These are likely in the possession of the scout captain himself. This man will not survive these lacerations without treatment. Whoever he was before today, he is now my patient. Please move quickly. You've come back. Did you bring everything I asked? Wonderful. We must begin immediately. However, the nature of the wound makes the use of anesthetics impossible. He will be in a great deal of pain. It is a delicate operation, but it should not take long. Please do what you can to distract him from the surgery. Talk to him. Well, let's get started.
It's you. I can't believe those East Fleet dogs just let you walk in here. Ah. No kidding. That woman, no, that monster. She had to come and ruin everything. Not so you. That damned woman in black. My whole crew. It was a few days after the raid on Bamboo Village. We were just blowing off some... Bottoms up. Oh, what a day, huh?
Congratulations, boss! You're the luckiest groom in the world!
We weren't so bad out there. Huh.
Boss, why the long face? It's a happy day!
I got Soyu, but lost my brother. And the Black Ram was crushed at the hands of those bamboo guards. Humiliating.
Oh, right. But you know what?
Your lady is so blindingly beautiful.
You're right! Drink up, you dogs!
Of course, of course, of course.
Huh? What's the matter? We're finally together. Not happy?
Oh gosh.
What?
Lady Soyu, where are you going?
Ah, let her go. Let's drink!
Of course, boss.
I almost die of boredom in Bamboo Village. And now I have to put up with these filthy pirates. My beauty can't be wasted in a place like this. This is so unfair.
Oh, over there!
More lovely ladies. You boys sure know how to spoil me.
And they look like they know how to have fun. Huh?
We'll be taking this girl. Now why don't you just go huddle in a corner and no one will get hurt?
She plays hard to get. How did you boys know my type? Not yours?
Come with me.
Where?
The Imperial Palace.
Imperial Palace?
I will make you an empress.
Hey! Who do you think you are? I'll teach you to mess with my girl.
Well, you could see for yourself what happened next. But Soyu, she went with that woman willingly.
Songwoo's message mentioned you. My name is Jonggun, and I too am here to set the doctor free. I mean no disrespect. It's just that for all Songwoo knew, you were already dead. Anyway, I have a different task for you. An important official named Jung Hado will be arriving soon at Wayfarer's Wharf. He was in the Dominion capital of Zaiwei on Skyhaven business, but in light of the commander's disappearance... As you represent Skyhaven Commander, I would like you to meet with him. Please escort him out of harm's way in my stead. Thank you. I put this in your capable hands.
All over the place.
Hey, what's that?
What? What?
Someone's coming.
Hey, who do you think you are? Get lost! Hey, I'm talking to you!
Woo!
It was a good day. Ignore my words, will you? Well, let's see if you could ignore this! Over there!
Impressive for a pirate.
How dare you! We are the Black Ram!
Huh. Is this all? He who knows not friend from foe is a poor soldier. You have my apologies, John. To raise a hand against one with such generous intent. Forgive my churlish. We invite trouble chatting idly while the enemy is about. Let us continue this elsewhere. Shall we?
Do that right now.
Just die!
It's not working!
Now that moths no longer rush to flame, we may speak freely. You do not carry yourself like the Skyhaven. Why? You received the Skyhaven Badge from someone named Shinhai. Curious. Nevertheless, your task remains if you are... Negotiations are still underway with the Snapjaw of the Sapphire Basin. Securing their allegiance is imperative for our victory over... Travel to Angler's Watch and ask for a man named Bondu, our regional operative coordinator. He would know how best to put you to use. Though our paths now diverge, I count you among my dearest allies.
Hey, stranger. I haven't seen you in a while. Loose talk says that the guilds weren't interested in an alliance. That's quite the shame. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is an authentic Fish Network uniform. Sometimes maintaining your cover involves a lot of fish guts. I don't recommend it. I've gotten word that the Skyhaven commander is nearby. She's discussing the possibility of joining forces with the Brightstone Rebellion in the fight against the Talus. Helping Brightstone out is a big commitment, but the benefits would be well worth it. Skyhaven would receive more troops, access to the Soulstone mine, and a staging area just outside the most important Talus outpost in the entire region. Right now, I'm trying to make sure the meeting place is still clear. I sent a man, Rohiuni, on ahead to scope the location, but I haven't heard back. It's been hours. He should have sent word by now. I'd love if he could, but unfortunately the meeting location was kept a secret, even from me. The details were sealed in an envelope that was to be delivered to the second-in-command. Unfortunately, the courier was slain by a mad Yute, Gabiak. Gabiak must have the letter. We need it. He operates out of the Dread Tide Arena to the southwest. I've got a bad feeling about this. Excellent. It looks like the seal is still intact. Let's open her up and have a look-see. Oh no. This is bad. The Talus. They've been increasing patrols near the meeting spot. This can't be a coincidence. The commander's in danger. You've got to go, now. Their meeting place is at a Fish Network storage site, south of here. Find the commander before it's too late. Please, hurry.
Oh, who are you? Are you with the Fish Network? We were just supposed to keep an eye out while they had their talks. The Skyhaven leader and the boy from Brightstone. The Talus have them both. The meeting wasn't even supposed to be here. They said a spy had compromised the original meeting site. Look, I don't support the rebellion, but you can see what that woman is capable of just by looking into her cold, cruel eyes. I don't think the rebels they have inside are ever walking out again. Oh, I don't know if you want to...
You morons! You thought this was the leader?
But, the leader was supposed to be here.
Are your eyeballs just for decoration? Look! You expected to serve us with this kind of work?
Indeed. I had expected better work. I hadn't placed high hopes on Lu Sung to begin with. But losing both Mushin and his descendant, that wasn't like you, Yura.
Wait! You wanted Ixanon, right? I'll get him!
Look at this little twerp going on and on.
I mean it. Just keep your promise. Please.
You get Ixanon, one of the 4 legendary guardians.
I will give you a chance.
Huh? What? Really?
You're the perfect one to get close to Ixanon. Release him. We will be taking this child.
Yes, my lady. Safe travels, my lady.
Who are you? Is the commander somewhere safe? The Skyhaven commander was never here. I am Gotchin, her body double. I was sent to sign the treaty with Brightstone in her stead. Shanghai must be told what happened here. The treaty, I failed. The Talus Emissary, Lady Blackrose, she and her men killed everyone. They took the boy, Ilsen. She seems hell-bent on ending the Realm Walker. I won't make it. Please, there's something I must ask of you. The Koki, the Snapjaw. Our success depends on their aid. You must secure the Alliance, and please, protect the commander.
I was preparing to call in reinforcements and go looking for you. What happened to the commander? Is she okay? Double? Smart. I'm sorry to hear about her doppelganger, but if the Skyhaven commander was never there, that means she's okay. The best way to honor Gotchin's sacrifice is for us to defeat the Talus. You'll help us, right? Thank you. Then we must press onward with the Alliance. We should contact the Koki and Snapjaw tribes of the Sapphire Basin. Our first target should be the Koki. We were supposed to meet with their king, but he never arrived. Until recently, the Koki tribe and Fish Network were trading partners. Unfortunately, their relationship seems to have fallen apart. Still, someone in the guild should be able to help us find the Koki. There's a fisherman who's said to be in touch with a number of the Ploggle tribes. He goes by the name Old Man Ick. You should ask him about finding the Koki King. Any angler worth their salt around here will be registered with Fish Network. Ask Guard Captain Coolia where you can find Old Man Ick. You can usually find Coolia around the front of Fishbelly Pub.
Why are you here? You better have a good reason. If you don't, you're going to seem pretty suspicious. The fisherman? Yes, I know him. He just went to Taigong's hideaway. What do you need to see him for? Well, you better not be lying. And if you really are his friend, how come you're not bringing him some liquor?
My favorite soju. Did Coolia tell you to bring me this? No, I just slip him a few coins each week to get him to tell everyone asking for me to bring a bottle of it. It's actually a signal. He doesn't just tell anyone where I am. If someone comes to me with a bottle, I know Captain Coolia has given them the once over. The man has a sixth sense, you know, and you can't be too careful. We need to make you more powerful, and I have a plan to do that. King Feiichi of the Koki has fought to bring peace, but his general betrayed him to his rival Golak. Golak stole his life force and is keeping it in 2 orbs. Good. You remember your master's love of justice. If we bring peace to the area, Feiichi might be persuaded to share his life force with you. Then we'll be one step closer to confronting Jin Soyun. To get our hands on that life force, we need some inside information. Go to the Croak King's court and talk to Yua. I'm sure he'd be glad for us to help end this conflict.
Are you here to help us, Plog? Flank my lucky Plogs! With your help, warrior, I think we might make it, Plog. Let's put our Plogs together and make a plan! The king is locked in the Croak King's court, but we haven't been able to make any progress in saving him. You need to Plog some of Golok's strength to break into the palace. Golok's troops have charms set up around the lake. Destroy those so we can bust in. When you're done, meet Guishong at the Croak King's court. Guishong has been waiting for reinforcements for days. I'm sure you can help him out by aiding him in attacking the generals.
A dynamic quest has begun.
Great plugs! Mr. Realmwalker, your disguise is pretty good this time. Far better than usual. Oh, that makes more sense. Anyways, I go away for a trip and come back to see this mess. Please, by all that is Plog, rescue His Majesty. This whole insurrection will ruin our homeland. Generals Tadpole and Firebelly were the king's right-hand Plogs, but they turned traitor. They have the orbs that contain the king's life force. Please, get those orbs! Not so fast. You won't have to do this one all on your own. Remember, it's better to fight Plog, not Plog. Precisely. The Golok army has captured wild thrashers to tame them. If you get rid of the trainers, the wild thrashers will run amok and create a diversion.
I see you have obtained my life force from Tadpole and Firebelly. But why have you endured such a noble task? The Realmwalker sent you. My old friend races to my aid. It speaks volumes that he trusts you. Others might have simply stolen my life force for themselves rather than return it. You have survived the mark of the Black Rose this long and still strive to acknowledge, rather than seeking your own fame. You honor the path that Master Hall forged. We sacred beasts knew the Four Guardians well in our heyday. We all understand that the power we carry equals that of our responsible duties. So it seems. I wasn't expecting help from any outsiders. Hopefully this will help to dissuade others like Golok from being so distrustful of outsiders. I'm afraid there is still much to be done for my people, but that is my responsibility. I can only grant you half of my life force. I must retain a portion so that I may try to set right what has happened here. The Skyhaven resistance has called upon us for aid, and I would gladly lend my power to that noble end. But it
was that same matter that caused Golok to rise in rebellion in the first place. It may be too late for Golok to change his ways. I cannot swear to lend aid to the Skyhaven until things have settled here. Show your respects, and I will give you half my life.
I sense King Feiichi's life force within you, blazing as strong as ever. You're one step closer to putting Jin Soyun out of our misery. Okay, the next life force we need to try to obtain lies within the Snapjaw tribe. Their spiritual leaders, the Snapjaw sages, are sacred beasts. I'll go on ahead and let the Snapjaw sages know you're coming. But after that, I have to lay low. I think we're being followed by Jin Soyun's minions. In the meantime, you should meet up with that Bandu kid you've been helping out. Take care of your friends, and your friends will take care of you. See you there!
I heard about the plans to bring the Ploggles into the Alliance. This can't possibly fail. Everyone loves Ploggles. While you were plogging along, I was researching the Snapjaw tribe. It looks like they've got their own troubles right now. The community is split with civil discord. There's been a big uprising recently from a group calling themselves the Thrashtail. The Snapjaw who remain loyal to the rightful leader, Chieftain Hammerjaw, are too busy holding the line at the Highland Necropolis nearby. On the other hand, the Thrashtail just want to isolate the Snapjaw and shut themselves away from the rest of the region. They're getting way too aggressive. Frankly, this sort of infighting isn't going to help anyone. We need to put a stop to it. And by we, I mean you. The high-ranking Thrashtail leaders will carry pledges, which are lists of all the Snapjaw who have made a blood oath to follow them. Take out the leaders, get those lists of traitors' names, and you'll be enjoying the Snapjaw's good graces in no time. Good luck.
Unstride unavailable at this time.
So, did you get the pledges? Oh, wow. They're actually written in blood. Gross. These Snapjaw don't mess around, do they? Absolutely. The Snapjaw totally respect brute strength, and all this shows you've got the stuff to prove it to them. All their major societal decisions are made through excessive violence. You see, in light of the whole Thrashtail situation, all the important members of the Snapjaw tribe are currently gathered at the Proving Grounds for discussion. Bloody, brutal discussion. You need to plead your case at the Snapjaw Proving Grounds. Those blood oaths you gathered are your leverage to make them listen to you. Then you just need to challenge and beat the champion. Simple, right? Once you prove you're strong enough, the Snapjaw are sure to follow your lead. Or they may eat you alive. I'm still not clear on that part. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? I'll be cheering for you.
To die. You pathetic, squishy creatures are unworthy. Get lost before I change my mind and have you torn apart. You're the one who defeated the Thrashtail leaders. You? Not bad. Glorious. I like that bloodlust. Let's see everyone in your path. Don't die. What more is there in life? Let's see if you can last a single round. Those Thrashtail traitors were nothing. Well, or die trying. Strength is justice. You're still alive. I figured you wouldn't last a second. Keep going. The crowd wants blood. Bring on the next champion. Let's see if your luck holds out. Impressive. You're strong as far as weaklings go. It was fun to watch, but you're certain to die now. Oh, face your death courageously. Now, odds now. Show the might of the Snapjaw tribe.
Oh, Silent One, you have proven your worth. But we'll be here all day if you want to try and slay me. I haven't had a fight like that in years. Tell me, why did you have you sought to prove your worth to us first? You have good manners. I like you. Chieftain Hammerclaw is to the east, holding the line at the island Necropolis. Go and speak with him. You have earned the honor. This one is for...
knew you could do it. Okay, I get it. Sorry you had to go through all that. But at least now you can speak with the chieftain. I think you're the first person who actually wants to go to that awful place. There's a cavern north of here. The Snapjaw have been guarding the passage for decades. It's the fastest route. We're all counting on you to convince him to help. Just be polite, okay? He might kill you otherwise. Good luck.
Dare you shuffle in here? Turn back now. I know who you are, small one. Word travels fast thanks to my scouts. You bested Heartsdale, but don't think that makes you worth anything to me. I know all about your petty alliance and what you've been up to. It makes no difference. I refuse. Your kind are nothing but useless squabblers. The Snapjaw are already cleaning up one of your messes. We will not be dragged into another of your fights. No, your kind lost all merit in my eyes years ago. Go back to where you came from, small one. I've got too much to deal with already without your nonsense as well. No, suit yourself. If you want to die, why not try to help us clean up some undead? Maybe you won't be totally useless. should know your kind's falling. Nothing but gloom and stupidity. You don't need to look far to see for yourself. The Highland Necronicles hold the proof you'll ever need. Your ancestors' mistakes cost us many lives. We're bleeding here to hold back the hellish nightmare unleashed by your kind. If it weren't for the Snapjaw Center's guidance, this entire region would be a wasteland. Watch your tongue, whelp. Do you think you can go over my head about this alliance? You've got too much nerve. You're digging your own grave here. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in that demon-infested ruin. Fine. You must have a death wish. The Snapjaw Centers are at our base camp in the Highland Necronicles. Don't say I didn't warn you. Try not to die too quickly.
All about you, warrior. You hope to stand against the rising darkness that threatens the land? I am Asher. As I understand it, you wish to receive our life force to empower yourself, and are seeking allies for the Skyhaven resistance. Is that all? Of course. Thanks. I will give the order for our soldiers to help however they can. At least, I will. It is never as simple as that. My compatriot is giving us quite the evil eye right now. We'd like to discuss this as well. Please, do not be deterred by Red Jaw's brusque manners. Like the rest of us, who seeks the greater good for the world. Still, you may wish to brace yourself.
An alliance? Share our life force with this pathetic creature? It's here to rob us! No, absolutely not! Giving up our life force will weaken us. Besides, we can't spare any warriors. We need every soul here to hold back the demonic forces.
I don't care why.
I'm not going to coddle you like Ashjaw does. We Snapjaw earn our strength, and we're not just going to share it with someone who doesn't deserve it. I won't blindly cooperate just because Ashjaw and Ixen and Ash. You better be able to prove your value and contribute. Otherwise, you're worthless to us. Listen close. I've planted warden staves throughout the area to siphon up the dark chi that saturates the earth here. You need to go collect them and bring them to the Soul Ward across the city so that they can be purified. Clear out some of those wandering Jiangshi while you're at it. If you're strong enough to survive that much, I may consider listening to you. I'm surprised you could endure that much corruption and still be alive in the first place. Not that it makes it any better. Took you long enough, but my test of your abilities worked. You really are strong enough to survive all this dark chi without turning into a fiend. Don't give me that look. You're useless if you die just from exposure. Come on, then, and meet me back at the camp.
I'm sorry, Red Job made you come all the way back here. It can be rather rough, but he means well, I assure you. To business. Red Job has a point. Giving you our soldiers and will put the reach of the herald of the demons. So, you first help us. We must first suppress the dark powers that rule this high powers. I'm glad you agree. Head to the Bloodsteel Post. Hammer Job will brief you on our plans. Before you even start, I've already heard everything from my scouts. Let's get straight to it. This entire place is riddled with demonic energy. It poisons the air and the roof. Even pests aren't spared its corruption. Spiders are bad enough, but all the dark chi has warped them into even more dangerous forms. Kill them. It's not a glorious mission, but it's a vital one. Now, get to work. I'm watching you.
You have moved to another chapter. So smug with yourself. We're only just getting started. We've been working for years to rid the area of the demonic forces, but all we can do is hold them at bay. We need to see back in time to when Highland Central fell. Master warriors had a technique to project their minds into the past. Have you then? Consider yourself volunteered. I would do it myself, but I can't take my attention from this place for even a moment without it falling apart. The snapjaw seekers tell me they can't perform the technique freely. We need to reduce the levels of dark chi here to make a window of opportunity. Doyoung, the late general of the South, clings to the world as a risen undead. If we can take him out, it will scatter his undead soldiers. Were it only that easy, we need to move fast. Doyoung haunts the fallen refuge. She'll meet me there. Doyoung was a friend of mine. He sacrificed himself to save his people. He was not evil like his countrymen, so don't think of him as just another foe. We don't have a choice. I hate to see my old friend like this.
Don't be surprised. I bear you no ill will. My name is Lee Sung-hui. I've been lingering here these past 30 years. I won't move on, not without Doyoung. Indeed, in his mind, he's trapped reliving that terrible day over and over again. All the poor souls here are like that. No! Please, there's another way. I beg you to show mercy. This just weaken him, but do not destroy him. If you could bring him to his senses, even for a moment, he may hear me. I know we can save him.
Where have the demons gone? It's coming to me. Oh, gods, what have I become? What have I been doing all these years? I remember, I was poisoned by the evil energies that poured out of the palace, and Hammerjaw had to... Oh, my dear friend. I've been a prisoner of my own remorse all this time, but you all, and my love, you saved me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. soldiers and I can leave this world. They've been trapped in this nightmare with me. Without you, we all would have been stuck forever. You cannot know how much it means to me to be reunited with my wife. Thank you.
With Doyon sealed free, the dark energy it was generating has vanished. We must take advantage of this short-lived peace to peer into the past. This all began 30 years ago, but without knowledge of how it all happened, we cannot cut off the source of the corruption. Chieftain Hemmerdow witnessed the fall of Highland Central and informed us that there was a certain soldier under Doyon's command who would have learned what happened that day. That's right. While it will feel as if you were really there, you will simply be playing out actions that have already occurred. You must learn all you can. We may not have another chance to try this. If the demonic forces rise up again, there's no telling when we can quash them a second time. The day Highland Central fell to the demons was a violent one. Brace yourself for what you may see. Good. We will open the Dragon Pulse now. We must discover the source of the corruption.
What are you gaping at?
Demons are coming! Move it!
Stop gawking. We need to get the citizens to safety. I want you to report to the general and tell him we've been overrun. We can't hold this position. Hurry! Soldier, do you have word from the others? Good. At least some will survive. Not everyone has been so fortunate. These citizens fled here to avoid the Dark Chi, but the situation is bad. Nowhere in this city is safe. I'm afraid they're beyond saving now. We have to make sure that no contaminated people escape the city. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but it needs to be done. We have no choice.
Thank you, soldier. I'm sorry you had to do that. There's no time to linger. We must do what we can to hold back the demons until help arrives. I'm going on ahead to the Highland Gate. Follow as soon as you can. Soldier, that soulstone cutter, Gibong, has given us some troubling information. As you know, the Emperor's younger brother, Prince Sogun, lives in this city. That soulstone cutter was called by the prince to help with some ritual. Whatever it was, needed a vast amount of soulstones. He didn't know the details, but it's gone terribly wrong. It opened some kind of gateway that a flood of demons poured from. It seems both the prince and his sister, Princess Solan, may be at the heart of this mess. I don't know if they're responsible or not, but it's our duty to find them. They may still be alive and in need of help. You scout ahead to the ritual site. I'll join you as soon as I can. If you come across any corrupted people, be they soldier or civilian, show mercy and give them a swift death. There's some good news. The Snapjaw have come to our aid. They've summoned the 4 Guardians as well. If anyone can turn this around, it's them. We just need to hold out until they arrive.
Interrupting us like this. Know your place, grunt. Impudent soldier. Come on, then. There are still foes ahead who need killing. Wait.
Damn it! I held the corruption back as long as I could, but the dark chi, it's too much.
I can't go any further. Go find the prince and princess.
Why? I did everything Yura said for the Divine Mandate. Why is all this happening? My brother doesn't deserve the throne. It should be mine. This was supposed to prove it once and for all. Did Yura lie to me? After all I did, gathering soul stones, bringing my sister here? Shut up. Everything I've done is for this nation, for my rightful throne. Yura, come back, damn it! I'll kill you for this! Yura!
Counter!
Sogen, why? I don't understand. I can't feel anything. It's dark. I...
Idiots. Because of your kind foolishness, I had to kill my friend. You, go to the Highland Gate and find Saint Astra. He will be preparing a barrier to contain the demons in the city. Tell him not to wait any longer. Go. If you fail and make Do-Young's death meaningless, I'll end you myself.
Hold back the demons until they arrive. Alright, then it will take some time to complete. Hold off the demons as long as you can.
We will handle this battle from here on out.
That is yet to be seen. Now, hurry to safety with the others. You must survive.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Hey, G1. You look pensive again. What's wrong?
It's really no wonder. The Dark Chi spreads, and the Dark Lord's grip is relentless. This fight has no end in sight. My apologies for being so late. The three of you have been bearing a heavy burden.
Don't mention it, Mushin. It was your sacrifice that helped seal the Dark Lord away, after all. We're just glad you're back safe and sound. It's damn good to have you back, you know.
No, please. You're too kind.
Hey? Oh, poor thing. It's too late. The Dark Chi will consume her. Shouldn't we just put her out of her misery before she becomes a fiend? Hey, G1, what are you thinking? That's not going to help with the Dark Chi. Are you planning to?
Are you all right, little one? Good. What is your name?
Jinsoya.
Did you happen to learn anything? Are you crying? What's wrong?
I'm sorry, young one. I should have realized how hard it would be on you now that Hong is gone. You are a loyal pupil.
But we must get to the matter at hand. Did you learn anything about what caused the fall of Highland Central?
The Divine Mandate Ritual? This has happened before in ages past, but the details have never been widely known. The Emperor's family has always jealously guarded their secrets. Redjaw is looking for more information. With the demonic presence diminished, he was able to get into the palace archives. He may have something useful for us. Go to him at the Soul Ward.
About time you showed up. I thought I was going to die of old age waiting for you, and I'm immortal. Our scouts told me what you reported to Ashjaw. We Snapjaw are the strongest creatures in the world, you know. But enough about that. I was digging through the palace archives in hopes of finding something useful, but I've hit a roadblock. There should be some ancient documents explaining how the Divine Mandate is supposed to work, passed down by the Emperor's line. It's called the Book of Creation. Problem is, the book is incomplete. Pages are missing. When the dark energies overwhelmed the city, it had some pretty crazy effects on everything. Dokebi, for example. While fiends possess the bodies of living creatures, lesser demons possess simple objects, turning them into Dokebi. No doubt the missing pages have become monsters and are wandering the treasury. Go find those Dokebi.
A dynamic quest has begun. Item.
The book is translated from ancient Naryu language, filled with scribbled notes from various authors. It looks like it has passed through many hands over the years. It summarizes the Divine Mandate, a ritual used to vindicate the Emperor's divine right to rule. Prince Sogun must have been trying to use it to proclaim himself Emperor. The ritual requires soul stones, the blood of a divine being, a dimensional anchor, and some kind of human vessel. The ritual is supposed to call upon the heavens, channeling their will through the vessel to proclaim the rightful ruler. But without a dimensional anchor to focus the ritual, it could easily go awry. The book warns that the Divine Mandate is not to be used lightly. Without all the correct preparations, attempting to harness so much cosmic energy would surely lead to disaster.
Let's see. Interesting. This actually explains quite a lot of what's happened, and what's to come. You can't see the big picture, huh? Not surprising. Long story short, Prince Sogun tried to perform this ritual 30 years ago, but didn't have everything to make it work right. The original Emperor successfully performed the Divine Mandate over 1,000 years ago. As such, his family line all has divine blood, and the Princess Solan was sacrificed by her brother. Prince Sogun had plenty of soul stones too, but I'm guessing he didn't have a vessel. The Twilight's Edge is the dimensional anchor, and he obviously didn't have that either. Jin Sayan's lackey? I get the feeling she's got more to do with this than we realized. She must have been the one to feed into Shogun's lust for power and help drive him to attempt the ritual. Without all the proper components to focus the ritual's power, the demons of the Dark Realm latched onto the connection and used it to open a Dark Gate, a path between this world and the Dark Realm. Normally, a vessel would be possessed by divine energy, but with the path linked to the Dark Realm instead, the vessel would become the host for the Dark Lord, which would essentially mean the end of the world. Too big of an oversight to be a mistake, if you ask me. Was Yura not trying to summon the Dark Lord? Somehow I think what happened in Highland Central was just part of some bigger scheme. I don't like this at all. Go find Ixanin and let him know what we've learned.
Sense a demon from a mile away. That underling of Jinsoyun is on our trail. You couldn't tell? You still got a long way to go. It seems she's been tracking us for some reason. I hoped I could use all the dark energy here to obscure my presence. To put it shortly, this used to be Prince Sogan's palace. But when the other masters and I fought here 30 years ago, we sealed all the dark energy into this building to contain it. This is the source of the demonic hordes. They can only escape in small numbers, so the Snapjaw are able to fight them off as they come. It's not ideal, but it works. Sort of. I wonder if that demon woman is trying to break the seal here. I suppose we'll find out one way or another. She's already arrived. It sounds like Jinsoyun set a trap with your son as bait. She's really got it in for you, doesn't she? Nonsense! I don't have any children. As a guardian, I abstain from relationships. No romances, no students, nothing! How do you know about Kuwin? I admit we were sort of an item, but she would have told me if she'd had a child, wouldn't she? Ilsum? Didn't he want to kill me? He must blame me for what happened in Brightstone Village. Huh, this is awful. It's dangerous for us to form attachments in life. Our enemies can exploit them. It happened to Hong and Jiwon, and now it's happened to me. Kuwin must have hidden the truth for that reason. If I'd only known she was with child, I could have been there for them. But now Jinsoyun has my son. If that demon is to be believed. If I die, it will leave the world in peril. But how can I just leave Ilsum to his fate? I never had the chance to be a father to him, and now he's going to die because of me. This may all be some ploy to throw us off balance. You report to the Snapjaw Sages. I need to go investigate this on my own. I'll catch up with you later once I have some answers. I need to...
Thanks to you, we've dealt a major blow to the dark forces here. As agreed, we will help you. The Snapjaw will aid the Alliance. Hammerjaw is stubborn and isn't ready to admit how helpful you have been. But he's loyal. He'll be there when you need him most. We Snapjaw never break a promise. Speaking of which, I believe we also agreed to grant you our life force, didn't we? We cannot afford to give you all of our power, but half from each of us should suffice. Please, use it wisely and save this world from the darkness. Show your respect.
Looks like you're our only shot, Brat. Ixaden isn't as strong as he once was, and Mushin is nowhere to be found. You better not screw this up. For now, go to Monkey Stone and speak with King Ogal. He's the last sacred beast you need to gain life force from. For now, go to Monkey Stone and speak with King Ogal. He's the last sacred beast you need to gain life force from. Now get going already!
Who are you? A friend of the Resistance? How can I believe you? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant no disrespect. It's not what it looks like. These people may be dressed like revolutionaries, but they're really Talus spies. If they hadn't given themselves away, I would be dead right now. As agreed upon with the Simu, we stopped here to disarm ourselves before entering Simu territory. That was when the traitors let their true intent slip. My surviving associates have gone to send word of what happened to Do Yuhan, the Skyhaven's second-in-command. Despite our tragic losses here, we're lucky the Talus were stopped before they could undermine the Alliance. Do Yuhan is stationed at a nearby camp, though he... Oh, here he comes now. Please show respect to the second-in-command.
The Skyhaven Badge? Where did you run into the commander? She's been missing for days. What are you talking about? Where else would you have gotten it? We don't go around handing badges out to everyone who wants one. Shinhai, is she a Red Guard? I suppose it's possible, but someone would have heard by now if the leader were slain. Tell me, what do you gain by helping the Skyhaven? An audience with the sacred beasts? I see. That Red Guard you mentioned. Where did they go after giving you the badge? Ah, well, no matter. I suppose it's best not to discuss it out in the open, what with all the Talus spies around. What's important is you're on our side. Yes, yes! You should get going. I understand why you were chosen. The Ape King respects warriors, though he does not care much for other civilized folk. Well, say no more. Ugam and I have our own duties to conduct. First and foremost, rooting out Talus spies. I trust you'll be discreet. A spy in the wind helps our cause little. We leave the Alliance in your capable hands. Do let us know how you fare. Well, best of luck. Use that badge responsibly, Gian.
I suppose the school of Hong Moon didn't put much emphasis on punctuality. In any case, Hogong is being unreasonable, but he did seem to know that you are a pupil of Master Hong. You try talking to him. Just humor the big furball.
You, different from other warriors, more than smell. You are a student of Earthbreaker. Hong Sokyun, one of few human warriors of which Ogong approved. Realmwalkers say you want Ogong's key? Ogong understand your motives, but Ogong cannot simply surrender centuries of strength conditioning and self-improvement. Ogong must judge if you worthy of this boon. Ogong sees Sokyun as astute teacher, as warrior. Come, we fight now. Ogong, no pushover. Ogong cannot remember when last had such exquisite challenge. Ogong give new name to honor master. Ogong find battle invigorating. Ogong thanks Earth. Ogong feel your fighting style have a kind of sincerity and noble intent he no have since the years. Ogong say this philosophy permeates your being. Earthbumper, student of honorable Earthbreaker. Today you earn Ogong respect. Ogong will share his life force without reservation. Alliance with Skyhaven. Ogong can make no such commitments at present time. Ogong has heard of internal strife within Skyhaven. Ogong say how can trust Skyhaven when Skyhaven no trust Skyhaven? His moral quandary. However, Ogong will give matter greater consideration. Ogong say will give Earthbumper his assessment at later date. Now, Earthbumper, please take good care of Ogong Chi. Ogong did not acquire easily. Earthbumper will have Chi when shows due respect.
You got Ogong to give up some of his chi. The strongest of the sacred beasts. That's everyone in Moonwater. The bounty of centuries of study and martial arts training now courses through you. It should be enough. Well, there is within you enough refined chi to purge the mark of the Black Rose. But I can't begin to guess how much power Jin So-yun has gained since her resurrection. And you haven't exactly mastered the Hong Moon arts. Worry not, my simple friend. Between the Skyhaven resistance, the combined might of the Moonwater tribes, and the two of us, How could Jin So-yun beat us? Well, I should return to Green Hollow and catch Shin Hai up on recent events. When you're finished here, come find me. Before you get carried away celebrating your newfound power, there's something you must understand. The sacred beast's chi exists within you, but it is not yet yours. Making it your own will involve a great deal of diligent training. Don't look so sad. We have to stop Jin So-yun. There's more at stake here than I ever believed. I have someone to protect.
You have done well, warrior. I'm afraid we have never properly been introduced. I am Yun Mafei, leader of the Skyhaven Resistance. I apologize for misleading you, but the Dominion has spies everywhere. It is difficult to know whom to trust. I know her all too well. Jin So-yun, or Lady Black Rose as she is known in Zaiwei, has been shaping the events of this continent for years from the shadows. The Brightstone Massacre was the result of but one of her schemes. She has come to be a trusted advisor to the Talus Emperor. It is at her encouragement that he pursues the Divine Mandate ritual, but I have discovered what kind of monster she truly is. The Talus Dominion was formed as the result of a revolution within the Stratus Empire. The Emperor was never chosen for the throne. For all this time, one question weighed upon him. Would the heavens judge me worthy? By communing with the heavens themselves, the Emperor hopes to prove his legitimacy as ruler of the lands. However, the pursuit of this has resulted in the exploitation of his subjects, namely the ceaseless search for soul stones. I fear that the very course he has taken to prepare for the Divine Mandate ritual will make him unworthy of the heaven's blessing. Jin So-yun desires the ritual be held for her own dark purposes. The only way to save the Dominion lies in stopping her. Ixanun has developed a plan to do just that, but I'll let him explain the details.
Who could have known the real reason Jin So-yun wanted Twilight's Edge? Not merely for revenge, but for the Divine Mandate ritual. Her hatred knows no bounds. Back then, the forces conspiring to bring the Dark Lord into our world were bested, but Jin So-yun, she could actually do it. She could be responsible for destroying the world as we know it. She must be stopped. We can't simply waltz up to Zaiwei's gates while the Talus army is at Jin So-yun's command. I'm afraid there will be a great deal of bloodshed before our work is done. We can't simply waltz up to Zaiwei's gates while the Talus army is at Jin So-yun's command. I'm afraid there will be a great deal of bloodshed before our work is done. I'll travel to the Sky Gate outside of Brightstone Village and open the Great Dragon Post. With it, we will be able to summon reinforcements directly from Skyhaven Bastion. You really know nothing about the world you live in. Dragon pulses, or dragon veins, are the corridors of energy that weave throughout the Earthen Realm. The Great Dragon Pulse is the largest of these corridors, capable of transporting large forces anywhere across the realm. Only one Great Dragon Pulse can be open at a time, meaning that if we command the Sky Gate, we can deliver troops directly to the heart of the Talus capital without fear of retribution.
me get inside? I don't understand. Ugum and I will take on the Dominion forces. Go with Junghado and rescue Doyuhan.
Right now.
The Talus army struck while the Sky Commander was away. I don't know how they got into the base. The leader is safe? How fortunate. And a plan for victory. This is excellent news. I must speak with her. Let us go.
Ugum betrayed us. That's the only way the enemy could have made it so far into our camp. The Talus army just keeps coming. They must have found a secret passage into the base. We'll figure it out later. There are still lives at stake. The Talus army was using the Great Dragon Pulse. As long as they control it, our plan is worthless. If we want to win this battle, we must retake the Great Dragon Pulse. It's our only path to Zyway. I must speak with Ixanan.
Skyhaven Resistance could easily expand its ranks with access to the leader's funding. With her means, I could pay talented mercenaries like Ugin properly. Mercenaries work for wages, after all. His betrayal is not surprising, in light of what the Talus can offer. Well, we must address the crisis before us. Ugin was my right-hand man. He knows too many of our secrets, and cannot be allowed to live. Ugin was in charge of a stealth strike force. Mercenaries like himself. Scouts report they are still nearby. Find them, and determine Ugin's whereabouts by any method you deem fit. I must stay here and watch over the other members in the Skyhaven Commander's absence. Be careful, these woods are swarming with Talus forces.
You have acquired a new quest item.
This just reads like nonsense to me. It must be written in the strike unit's secret code. We should focus on recruitment. Ugin can't run forever. Let's head southeast towards the abandoned Stratus base. There's someone I trust there. I'll explain when we arrive. Ah, you're alive. This is General Hojao of the Stratus Army. Once upon a time, he served under my father, Doyoung. He is the one responsible for saving my life. 30 years ago, when I was a mere boy and Hojao now much older, he helped me escape the chaos that destroyed the Highland. Hojao raised me as his own, until I was old enough to serve. By then, the Talus had declared their independence. The first Stratus soldiers found themselves here when their experimental airship was shot down. A base of operation was established amidst the wreckage. The outpost survived the war, but the corruption of the Highland Acropolis. They've been here ever since, fighting off the Talus. Hojao wanted better for me. He dismissed me so I can make a life in these lands, though I'm not sure he approves of the one I've chosen. Things are not looking well here. I cannot bring myself to ask what I came to. Perhaps you might speak with him?
Are you the one who escorted Doyohan here? Why would you risk your life for a stranger? Help the Resistance? Have you looked around? This is it. All of our forces surrounded on one side by the Risen and Talus on the other. Where were the Skyhaven when I asked for help? We've sent a number of messages by various means, but never heard word back. Perhaps the Resistance is just as prideful as the Talus and Doyohan. I want to help him, but I just don't have enough troops to do anything more than hold this outpost. The war is over, but our duty is not. You're a perceptive one. General Doyohan tasked me with the protection of his son. I am honor-bound to keep my oath, but I cannot ask my soldiers to join me. Can I ask you a favor? I can't in good conscience abandon my men while they are battered by both the dead and living alike. If you were to help secure our escape route and collect the remains of our fallen, we could finally leave this place. My soldiers deserve a proper funeral. Take care. burden has been lifted now that my unit can escape this place. As promised, I will do what I can to aid the resistance. A few of my most loyal soldiers will accompany us, but the rest will make their way home. I'm sorry, but they have waited long enough. I must make arrangements with my troops. I will find my way to the Skyhaven afterward.
I have underestimated you. I did not believe you would succeed, but I am glad I brought you with me. You can trust General Hojao. He remains loyal to my father's name. Real soldiers fight because it is their duty, not because they are paid. We will plan our next move at the Skyhaven Stockade to the east. I will meet you there after doing what I can to gather our scattered forces.
Attacks on both the Skyhaven Bastion and Stockade, all right when our leaders were away. It reeks of subterfuge. Even if Ugam brought the Talus here, the Stockade should not have fallen so easily. There must be another betrayer in our midst. I can't say for certain. What I do know is that reinforcements will be arriving at any moment. In the meantime, there are a number of sensitive documents here. We must destroy them so they cannot fall into the enemy's hands. There are explosives set up around the operations center as a last resort. Blowing them up should distract them long enough for us to destroy the documents. You, inform our other bases and request reinforcements. It doesn't appear that any documents left the base. We must destroy them quickly. You should escape this place as soon as the documents are destroyed. I must stay and avenge those who fell here today. You are an honorable person. I can see why our leaders trust you. Now, destroy these documents while we stand guard. Don't believe it. Bach, Reachin, and the others. Those traitors are responsible for everything that happened here today. I'll kill him with my own two hands.
Do you hear me? You'll pay for this!
This way!
sorry I'm late. It was hard to make our way here with the Talus army lurking everywhere. I don't believe it. 2 bases falling one after the next. Have the heavens abandoned us? She's off to the Brightstone ruins with Ixanan to clean up a Talus mess. I will continue the search for Ugam. We must bring the traitors to justice, as morale is at an all-time low. You will? Good. Then let us return to the Watchtower. We'll figure things out from there.
Want to know more about windwalking? Read the letter already. Want to know more about windwalking? Read the letter already.
I'm worried about the... I'll take care of Ugam alone. I'm worried about the Skyhaven commander. I've had time to think it over, and I've decided her safety is more important. I'll take care of Ugam alone. He was my subordinate, and that makes him my responsibility. You meet up with Junghado at the Skyhaven perch to the north and assist the commander. I'll send a carrier pigeon to inform Junghado of my plans. If you see any Talus troops snooping around on your way, be sure to take them out.
Doyuhan sent word you would come. Where is he? I see. The Skyhaven commander and Ixanan await us at the Brightstone ruins to the east. Let us go.
I can feel the power of the Great Dragon Pulse emanating from here. Whoever opened it is fairly skilled. We have no time to lose. We must close the Great Dragon Pulse and secure it for our plan. Hurry up! Let's move out!
heard that Do Yuhan still searches for Ugam. After facing him in combat, I worry for my associate's safety. Now that we have secured the first of the 2 known gateways to the Great Dragon Pulse, we must travel to the Sky Gate. There is something I must ask of you. Travel to the Beastmaster's camp west of here, and cause a distraction while we recapture the Sky Gate. Hurry!
Want to know more about wind walking? Read the letter already.
The Dominion has begun pulling troops back to reinforce the Beastmaster's camp, but we need to buy more time. I will return to the commander's side, but I would ask that you do one more thing. Cut off the head of the snake, and the body writhes helplessly. In this case, I speak of the mercenary captain, of course.
Look who it is.
It's handled, sir.
came! The tribes of Moonwater really came to our aid! It's amazing to see so many from such different paths fighting side by side. Doyohan, of all the people, there's a lot of blood on his hands. We'll stop him, but first we have to focus on the battle at hand. Go! Help our allies!
Something that's not undead for once. The Snapjaw always under a debt. I can handle them too. So go help someone who actually needs it. Who's ready to die next?
I am pleased to hunt by your side again. But where are the other Skyhaven warriors? How like outsiders to betray their own pack. You could learn a lesson of honor from the wolves. I fear this hunt will fail. Let us instead strike at the Talus' throat and kill their commander. The Lycandi will hold these cravens here. You must track their commander down and end this battle with his blood. Raise your spears. Today, we hunt.
You're no match for me!
You're safe. I still cannot believe Doyohan betrayed his own. When I swore my oaths to the Skyhaven, he asked me if I would stand by his side come what may. I did not understand then what he meant. Doyohan was like a son to me, but I cannot tolerate what he has become. There was a time when Doyohan believed in the Resistance. That is the man I choose to remember. So many lives lost to betrayal. Perhaps Doyohan lost faith that the Skyhaven could accomplish what needed to be done. But siding with the enemy, that is not the boy I raised. Alas, we cannot sit and question the past. It is time for action.
goodness you made it. I heard the plan from Ixalan. We will buy you as much time as we can. Oh no. Do-Yuhan knew about our plan and must have told his warriors. We must hurry before they get to the altar. We'll hold the line here. You must go on ahead. Quickly! I'm done running away. I'll stand my ground as long as I can.
Our allies came through for us, and we have you to thank. I'm proud of you, Jiansei. Ixalan is prepared. Do-Yuhan betrayed us, but he knows of our intent. Come! Hurry! We must protect the commander!
Are you all right?
Something is off.
What?
Princess!
Giancarlo! Johnson!
The rest of you, to the base! Go!
How dare you!
It's been a while, Princess. Or was it Skyhaven leader?
Yura! Sojin Soyan was behind this!
Stand down!
Stand down.
Do-Yuhan, what have you done?
Shut up, you hypocrite! You don't think we know who you are? Talus Princess Yanma Fei! All we wanted was peace, and you lured us into war. You, the daughter of our most hated enemy. Was it fun watching us die for your little games?
That's not true.
Ha! We want no part in your family troubles. Nobody wants to die for nothing. Lady Yara, I knew you would come. Please, help me.
Oh, such a big bad owie. Don't worry, I'll make it better. Poor baby. You will live forever.
Want to know more about wind walking? Read the letter already.
find you.
Traitor to the Lin! You killed my mom! I punish you on behalf of the Brightstone Lin!
How does it feel to see the world turned upside down? Children killing their parents. Nothing new in this rotten world.
You wretch!
Jinsoyan, I finished Iksanon. Now keep your promise.
Do not worry. Your people are free forevermore.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go see for yourself.
Do not fall to darkness.
Game is up, Princess. Let us return to the palace.
You won't get away with this!
Want to know more about wind walking? Read the letter already.
Useless creature. After all the chances that I have given you, it seems you simply were not meant for greater things. Well then, go say hello to your master.
Mayor!
Ilson, don't go.
What?
That woman, Jin Soyun, she's turning villagers into demons.
No, that can't be! What's going on? What? Why?
I must die before I turn. Before I do, please listen, Ilsum.
Yes.
You must find your father. Ixanan, the Realm Walker.
What?
You should seek him out. He's the only one who can stop Jinsoyun.
Children killing their parents. Nothing new in this rotten world.
What have I done?
What took you so long?
I was held up.
Do you wish revenge on Jinsoyun? Allow me to introduce myself. Like your master, I am one of the four gods. I am...
Want to know more about wind walking? Read the letter already. Want to know more about wind walking? Read the letter already.
I've been following your journey. Master Hong, Ixanan, they were both dear friends of mine. I'm sorry I could not help them. Like Ixanan, I was a victim of Jinsoyun's wrath. It has taken a very long time to recover my strength. The mark of the Black Rose festers within you, twisting your soul. You lack the strength to drive the darkness out. If nothing is done, you will be consumed from within. As a servant of the Dark Realm rips free from your tattered husk, you will die horribly. Then who will avenge your master? How many friends have you watched die, powerless to help? How many times have you come to the aid of others, only to face your quest alone? Despite all your training, how often have you been swatted aside while innocents suffered at the hands of Jinsoyun? As long as you are a slave to that mark, Jinsoyun has power over you. Turn her brand into your strength. Master the darkness within. While light and darkness war within you, you remain weak. Let go of the shadows that bind you and accept true power. The Hong Moon arts have failed you. Come with me, and together we will have vengeance. the Way of Hongmoon could not protect your friends, you must renounce it. To avenge them, you must turn weakness into strength. Will you embrace the darkness? Will you sacrifice anything for vengeance? There is no room for hesitation or weakness on the path to revenge. Falter, and your friends will have died for nothing.
Revenge. We must have revenge.
Surprised?